Hi. That better? So I said hello, Harley. Welcome back. I think you're pretty much the only person watching me play KSP. Nobody else is really up for it. But you missed quite a lot after you went to bed last night. It's hard to say. I just kept on playing till late into the morning. But we landed on the moon and Minmus both in one shot with a Kerbal on board. We've gotten a lot of science since then. And so right now, we're going to work on going to Duna for the second time. But to stay, I sound like NASA. Okay, but what I've been trying to do, I think, is upgrade something. Yeah, I want to upgrade, and I need money to do that. And so I'd only need a little bit more. So let's see if we can find some little missions to do. So we could do... We've done some satellite missions, and those are decent money. That's a pretty decent piece of money. I'll take that. Oh, look at that. What is this? Build a new surface outpost on Ica. I imagine it would be a lot of money. Okay, test Rovemax M1F rover wheel orbiting Kerbin. Yeah. Always rescue this person from the orbit of Kerbin. Position satellite in an equatorial orbit of the moon. Yeah, we'll do that one. And I've already done both of these, but they're offering to give me more money to do it again. I'll eventually do that, I'm sure, but yeah, let's stick with what we got for now. So, it doesn't, it just needs to be a satellite. Okay. This one needs the materials bay and a mystery goo and a thermometer. Okay. So let's see, I did one. I'm gonna do a new one from scratch here. The Probodobadine HECS. We'll do this part as standard fare here, so we need to do a command and control. We need to put a reaction wheel on there. And then we need to do some batteries. There we go. And then we will do communication. And since I'm putting all these satellites out here, I'm always putting the relay on there so that they're at least useful after we've actually sent them out there. Okay, this one is going to need a materials bay, which is going to change the game a little bit. It also needs to have mystery goo on it, so I'm guessing we'll do something maybe like this. That works good to me. Okay, and then it needs a thermometer. Like that. Okay. It also needs fuel and anything else. It's not coming back, so it doesn't need a heat shield. Alright, so let's give it some fuel here. I like the design I came up with earlier, so I'm going to use that again. Put it up there like that, and then we will put some photovoltaics on these. Like that and like that. And then we can take those and duplicate them here. apparently, last time I had a reason to separate them out, but I don't need to do that here. This one I can just go with the 6-banger. Call it a day. Yeah, that'll work. Now, this I want to move inboard a little bit. That works. And same thing with this. Okay. So that ought to do. Now we need an engine, of course. That's going to give us in a vacuum. And yeah, almost 3,000 meters per second. And not quite 1, but it's okay, we don't need it. Yeah, so that's going to do us nicely now. This we could probably just do with the truss mount. Guess we could go with the Terrier. The Terrier is actually more efficient, so it might give us more delta V. It does not, it's weight. So we'll just stick with the Terrier here, or the Spark, sorry. Okay, and then it's going to be this one. And then we'll go with a payload bay here. Up and up. Bingo. We want that to clamshell deploy and do as much force as possible. I do like the way that looks better. Now I'm going to shift and click to move it up. I'm just using my mouse wheel to move up. Okay. And then we will do a couple Rocco Maxes here. And we'll just stick a main sail on the bottom there. And that is giving us plenty of delta V there. Throw some fins on it. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and put a launch deal on it. Put that there, and then that there. Let's make sure this is the way I want that. Yeah. And then we shift click and bring it right back down to where it's not so high. Too far. There we go. How's that look, Harley, man? You think it's pretty good? Alright. Relay sat 004. We will save that. Check our staging. The fairing, and this and that. That makes sense. Okay, great. Save it one more time and launch it. Now, we will, hello to the other purpose. Hi, Simon. Thanks for the compliment. Welcome to the live stream. So let's see. We are trying to put in a geosynchronous orbit. Oh, look. We got a little unknown object there. I guess this is where we need to go. And it needs to be above Leyland's Gamble. So that's going to be a new... I think this is the first time I've really worked on trying to make this happen. So we're going to have fun with it. Okay. So we need to launch it, and it needs to go in the normal direction. It's on the equator, so no big deal there. So the hard part is going to be getting it over this location when it's in this orbit. That's going to be the most difficult part right now. Okay, so right now I'm just going to launch. Press T on the keyboard to toggle my SAS on. I'm going to press Z to maximize my throttle. And then I'm going to press spacebar to initiate the stage. I'm going to put these on so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to go ahead and roll ever so slightly with D to the 90-degree direction, which is due east. We should have plenty of thrust to weight ratio on this stage. Yeah, we're already at 2. So we can be a little bit aggressive with our gravity turn here in order to keep it somewhat sane. At 45 degrees here. Look, we're already at an apoapsis of 46, so I actually need to start burning towards the horizon. What that's going to do is, instead of just going straight up, we want to go really as far over as we can. We're raising up our apoapsis. Once that gets to about 80, we'll stop. And there we go. Okay, and we'll F5, and that quick saves it. Then we're going to hit the apoapsis here with a maneuver, and we're going to pull that until we round out. Now, this is my typical MO, but yeah. Yeah, I think the way you got to do this is just like this, okay. And right now, while we're still in the atmosphere, we want to be going prograde, because that's going to minimize the aerodynamic profile of the rocket, so it's going to minimize how much it slows down on its ascent. Oop, I accidentally pressed shift. That wasn't good, but in this case it didn't kill me. Sometimes that can be a really bad thing if you do that at the wrong time. Okay, and then we got 1 minute to our burn. Start burn in 1 minute. I have it at 50% of the node, which means it's going to be burned 50% of the time before I hit the node and 50% after I hit the node. The node is where I put this here, okay? Now, my total burn time is going to be 9 seconds, and I'll hit the node in 1 minute 25 seconds and counting. And so that's where these two numbers come from. So that's where the node is. That's when I start burning to do half of that 9 seconds before and half of it after the node. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead. I press the two arrow keys right next between the M and the question mark, or it's also the comma and the period. So I push the period to go forward, and then I push the comma to go back. And we got 8 seconds to burn time. 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. I'm just burning prograde right now, which works the same for what I'm doing. 2, 1, 0, stop. Okay, now look, we overburnt a little bit, but that's okay. It's going to be good enough for what we need to do here. So we're going to F5. And now, to get this into geosynchronous orbit, which is really geosynchronous orbit is the way we'd say that here on Earth, is I need to have this, basically it's going to be above, it's going to have the same period as the rotation of the planet. And so we want that to be directly above this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on the opposite side of the planet from that point, add a maneuver, and that's where we want to burn to get up to the what you call it, up to the orbit altitude. Okay, and it should be more or less in line, and it is, right? And so then when we burn here to get the full orbit, our ship will already be there, and so it ought to stay in geosynchronous orbit, and we ought to win our contract. Yeah, so there's that, and now we gotta, you got your nav ball over here, and so it's on program right now. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate it. Oh, we want to also go ahead and let that go so that, uh-oh, the Kraken's got me. The Kraken has got me. Oh no. Oh no. I'm hands off. This is happening without me touching anything. So what's going on here, guys, is it's a glitch in the physics. One of the parts is overlapping in just the wrong way that is causing a save, which is right here, I believe. If we go to our time here, it's year 4, day 382. Year 4, day 382. 247.19. This was 245, so that was my last save right there. Yeah, that was before this one. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and load that up. And that'll be when I F5, and that's why you F5, okay? So one way we can fix that is we can make sure that auto strut is enabled on these things. Okay. And then I'm going to just deploy this. And this time, no big... Oh, no, still a big issue. So something is wrong. It's glitching out on me. Oh no. I wonder why. It's gotta be... Yeah, see that? I lost a tank and it stopped. So one of my tanks is just touching in the wrong way where the physics is saying, oh, this is not working. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try it one more time, see if I can make it work, and if not, then we're going to have to either start from scratch or deal with the ship as it breaks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn SAS off and then deploy it. Still no ducks. Oy vey. Are we still good? We just don't have as much, but we got all the things that we need still, right? So, yeah, I still can use this, so I'm going to try and see if, we're just going to call that an anomaly, and just like SpaceX does. And we're just going to roll with the punch here. That's what happens in real space, right? You got to roll with your punches. Hopefully it wasn't fatal. Okay. So, where is... I haven't set up my point yet, so let me do that again. So, I'm going to double click on Kerbin so that it focuses on Kerbin instead of on the ship. That way when I line things up, it'll be more accurate. And that's roughly halfway across there. And then I'm going to go ahead and push this forward. Now, this has the apoapsis slightly to the left, so what I can do is I can go over here to my little GUI here and move it there. Now I can change the scale at how much it moves it by adjusting that little bar there. And so that'll be when we burn. Okay, it's 649 meters per second burn. That's our delta V, or change in velocity. And we have 1383 change in velocity ability by this stage, and then much more by the next stage. So we should have plenty just on this stage alone. So now we just want to try and go and face. I'm going to auto strut like all this stuff. Let's see if that fixes the wobbliness. What's happening is, I think what's going on is this is not... I think A, there was a glitch in how these were attached. But B, this is so tiny and flimsy compared to the mass that it's trying to move around that it's just not doing it well. Because it's using this unit here to figure out where I'm pointing, and this is where all the mass is. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and press the period, and that's going to start my time warp, and it also freezes the ship. It stops moving. It locks the physics, and it's what they call putting it on rails. And in real life, that obviously wouldn't happen because you couldn't fast forward through time, A, and then B, you would have probably a little bit better control than I have over this ship in real life. So, they would also do a lot more calculations before they launch than I do. You saw how quickly I put that sucker together. So here's our satellite here. We're waiting for it to get around to our maneuver over here. So what I can do is, that green line is its path, its orbit. So I'm going to click a little bit before, and I'm just going to click warp to here, and it'll time warp and then automatically stop at that point. And you see we got these other satellites with relays, and so it's connecting to those other relays. If it was further away from Kerbin, it could connect through those relays further than it could if it was just trying to get straight to Kerbin. Okay, so now that we've stopped our time warp, let's get back on our maneuver node. The blue dot in the center is where we want to be pointing, ideally. We got 26 seconds to burn time. We have a 10-second burn, and we want to see it go to right there. So that's what we're looking for, right there. All right. T minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn. Pressing Z to do so. Also moving with the ASDF keys, trying to stay on target. Okay, and stop. I overshot it just a wee bit, so I'm going to X out of this, and I'm going to go to retrograde as quickly as I can, and the ship is not doing it quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to leave this behind, because it is causing me problems. Alright, now I'm going retrograde. I'm going to just burn slightly. I'm not going to press Z, I'm pressing shift to just up my throttle just a hair. And you see it's lowering down my apoapsis. There we go. Now, that's not quite where we want it. So I'm going to add another maneuver here, and I'm going to burn radially to get that where I want it. Okay, just like that. And now that I have more control, I ought to be able to do that. Okay. We go ahead and F5, save this. Because as you saw, things can happen, and it is always good to have a place to go back to. You do got to be careful though in overriding your last save. If you do it at an inopportune time, you might be stuck saving the game at a time when it's too late to fix whatever problem you encounter. The problem's already occurred and you haven't realized it yet. So it's 3 minutes to burn time, so we're gonna fast forward just a little bit. We're gonna go up to 50 for just a brief moment, and then back down to 10, and then 5, and then I press the / key to stop time warp altogether. And 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. And that's good enough. That's close enough. So now we're going to go to our apoapsis here, add maneuver, and we are going to raise our periapsis to be in line with our target orbit here. Looks like we're going to need to burn a little bit radially, which is fine. You want to try and do any of those other maneuvers that you need to do at the same time in one burn and not in separate burns, because it makes it more efficient when you do it at the same time. Right, so that's going to be pretty darn close. It's not going to be perfect, but man, that's about as close to perfect as you can get as far as planning it. And that ought to have us above. Uh-oh. Now, one thing I didn't take into account is the fact that, you know what? This is already rotating, and it's rotating out of alignment with where I had sent it. I made a mistake. I wonder if where it's going to be. We'll have to find that out. I know how to fix that, though. I know how to fix that. Okay. We're going to stick with this plan for now. And we'll see where we're at after our burn. And that will determine how to fix it. Okay. So, F5. Whenever you F5, it saves your maneuver nodes and your location and your orientation, all that stuff. So I'm going to head and do that. And we're going to fast forward now. Now what I can do is I can just go over here and say warp to here. I find that to be faster and much easier for somebody who is impatient as me. Now, time warp complete. Yeah, it's significantly rotated from where we were. It hasn't come back around yet. So my original plan was that, oh yeah, we're going to be right above it right when we burn, and so it's going to just stay above it. I failed to take into account the rotation while we get up there. So, and I don't know how I would have ever calculated that. So once we burn here, what we'll do is we'll use what we know about orbital mechanics to either get ahead or behind until we can rendezvous essentially with that point. It's just like rendezvousing with a ship, but there's no ship there. It's just a point in space directly above that location on the planet that we're trying to rendezvous with. Okay, so we got 5 minutes still to burn, so we're going to fast forward just a little bit. One, 0. Ooh, okay, 19 seconds left. I'm just going to leave it at regular speed for this part. Okay, I'm going to burn for 39 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Burn. Oh no. Going off because we lost some mass and it's not going central. Oh, that's tough. We're having fun on this one, aren't we? It's gonna mess up. we're gonna just go a little bit now. Let's press shift a little bit, burning just ever so slightly, right on the target reticle. Try and get it right to target. And we can see it moving ever so slightly where we want it to go. Okay. And then we're gonna stop. Okay, now we have reached geostationary orbit, but we have not been directly above Landman's Gambit. We lost our little orbital guideline here, so we need to keep in mind, okay, so this is 2.873 and 2.866, okay. And the other thing is we can go to advanced orbital info here. It will tell us that our inclination is basically nil. Where is our period or orbital? Oh, here, our orbital period, 1 day, 8 seconds. So we're not quite in synchronous orbit. We need to slow down by about 8 seconds in our period, but that's pretty darn close. Let's see if I burn this direction, if it lowers that to 1. It did, okay. By too much, in fact. Okay, so 1 day, 1 second, much better. Okay, so now we know how to do this. Now, this is basically a quarter of the way ahead of me, so I need to catch up, which means I need to lower my orbit to a lower altitude at some point in my orbit. And while I'm in that lower orbit, I'm going to go faster. And then once I catch up, I need to go back into this orbit. So I'm going to write this down. I'm going to use a little pencil here. And we want to be at 2.87 roughly. 2.87 kilometers. 100, yeah. And then we also want to have, a 1 day period. All right. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to lower this point, the periaps, until I catch up to here, and then I'm going to go back. Oh, and it shows back up, thankfully. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. So, what I'm hoping is that is enough, and I don't really know, and I don't know how to calculate this well without really getting out some math books, which I'm not going to do. Playing this tube by the seat, and we'll see. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp to here. And I can tell you right now, it's not nearly fast enough, I don't think. So we're going to have to reduce this down to like maybe right here. Let's try it again. Warp to here. Oh, this is getting pretty darn close. Well, I think it's not quite there, but we do need to raise this up in order to make it next time. So, and I'm waiting until my ship is at the apoapse to do it. I'm using that as my guidepost. Okay. Alright. Let's see how we do. Catch up a little more. Can you put down the sound? Let's see about moving this a lot closer to me. Simon, is that better as far as the volume of my voice? Okay. Yeah, I had the mic too far away from me. My apologies. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, I think that it's pretty darn close. We can maybe go around one more time. Let's go around one more time. Because it's a little bit behind. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the game compliment. All right. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the apoapsis here, and I'm going to burn retrograde one more time. Let's see if we do it. We might need to do a couple more orbits to make this work right. I don't want to go past. I mean, if I go past it, then you just make the orbit bigger, and then it'll slow down a little bit. And that's exactly what happened. I went past it, didn't I? I don't know. Maybe I'm... Yeah, I went past it. Okay, so I need to burn prograde up here. Just a tinge. And go around yet one more time. This time I'm slowing down to let it catch back up to me. Ooh, that looks pretty darn good, guys. Okay, so let's burn retrograde. And just try and get it to match. All right, we've matched all of it. We just need to maintain stability for 10 seconds. And bing, 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 bing. We got a winner. Chicken dinner. Geostationary or geostationary orbit. All right. Congratulations, us. Harley, that was all you, buddy. I really appreciate you. I couldn't have done it without you. It was all you, buddy. Oh, a lot of hard work on your part. Okay, so we have as the focus. There is another satellite mission, and we're going to go after it. So what we need to do is Usually you wouldn't do it from this orbit, but I think we'll do this one here. Add maneuver. You know what? I don't want to. I like this orbit enough. It does need to slow down a little bit, so at the apoapse, I'm going to go back to Kerbin focus. I'm going to warp to the apoapse here. And then I'm going to slow it down because it's slightly too fast. And then I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let it be. Okay. I just want that to go to basically 1 day exactly. A little too much. I mean, just, it's 3 seconds off. Oh, it didn't turn back off. Okay, that's about as good as you're ever going to get right there. 1 day, 1 second. We'll take that 1 second, right? All right, I'm just going to go back to Kerbin, and I'm going to build another satellite for this moon satellite mission. It's not the smart thing to do, but it's the fun thing to do. So I'm going to do what's fun to me. Okay, now, yes, we have the funds. We can upgrade. Yes! That's what I've been waiting for. That's why I have all these unspent points. Okay. Oh, have these two big heavy rocketry stuff. I want my rockets. Can't afford it. I need more science. Okay. That's okay. I got my bigger rocket engines, including my Rhino. Got the Mastodon, the Wolfhound, and the Vector. Okay. All right. Okay, but we do have some other places that we can spend. Stabilized control. That might help for what we were doing. Assuming it doesn't glitch on us again. That's got a bigger relay antenna. We're gonna need that, actually. So I think that one is kind of required. And so now I can only spend over here. I only have enough to spend over here now. So we do the actuators. We could probably make those happen, but do we have a need to? I don't think so. Advanced landing just gives us a bigger heat shield, bigger landing strut. And then this gives us, I think this is the more useful. I do think we actually need this advanced landing as well, but we can do without it, or we can't do without the stabilized control. So, okay. That is our science. 1,000 science spent just like that. Hard com, easy go. Just like your money. Okay. And we, of course, got the contract complete. There. We'll build this moon satellite mission real quick, and then we will be on to the next thing. So this moon satellite thing, it doesn't need anything. It just needs to be a satellite. So we're going to use the Probodobodyne, of course. We're going to do our little inline reaction wheel there. We're going to do our little battery here. Okay. And then we might just do something slightly different with the... We might just throw one of those on. And throw one of these on. I still got a good amount of delta V. You know what I'm saying? I guess if I wanted to, I could like add some of these off to the side. Maybe add that. Doesn't look horrible. we can make sure that we have our rigid attachment stuff going on here. That's the first time I run into that glitch in this new build, so I don't know what was going on precisely. It was clear that it was one of the fuel tanks just stuck onto the side that was causing it. But go back over here. We could... No, those are too big. These are all we need. Just stick these on there like that. And then, oh, we need communication. And we got the bigger relay antenna now. Because, so, just the one. But look how much bigger and heavier it is. It totally kills my Delta V. But, you know, it's going to be much more useful. And actually, because of that, I think what I'll do is I think I will go ahead and throw out these 1x6 photovoltaics. And I might even want to attach them to this. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then we'll rotate them manually. We don't want them all on the side like that. There we go. And so what that'll look like is it'll look like that out in space. And so that way this won't be a shield to, it won't put the photovoltaics in shadow so much. Not to say it won't do it at all, but it'll just be a lot less of a problem. Okay, so we got that. I always like to put at least a thermometer on there. It costs basically nothing. It's almost zero weight, and it's 900 space bucks. So we can handle that. Well, we just need the one though. All right. Yeah, it's a relay. That's exactly right. So it can work as just control for this satellite, but it also relays, and so it's going to extend my reach out into the solar system as we get things going. In fact, we're probably going to send one of these probes to Duna to accomplish some of the Duna missions or the contracts that I have. And then it's going to have one of these on there, so it's going to make it to where it's going to be a lot easier to send other probes without this big hardware on it, right? So now that we have that, we can do our decoupler, and then we can do our big payload thing. That's almost too big, huh? That's big enough. Just needs to go around this big old honking dish. Yeah, that works. Okay, clamshell deploy, ejection force. Maybe we'll stick it up to actually overlapping into one or several of the tanks, and so when it deployed, that's what caused the glitch. I don't really know. I ain't too worried about it though. So we're going to move this up, and then we'll stick on, I think I'm going to need this thing here now, and then we'll stick on that thing there. And when we do that, we can do another command and control deal here, just to give it some more control authority, which will be nice. And we can go ahead and do a rigid attachment. And notice I'm going to do that to the heaviest part, but I'm going to do this to the root part. Okay. And then we're going to just use this engine again for now, I think. We might use this So this one is 285. That one's 295. And it's more powerful. Let's see. What happens if I put that on there? So it's going to give me 4,382 versus the main cell, which will give me not as much. Okay, and then it's 277. And 1.96. So this is a more powerful engine, but this is all, I mean, this is almost already at 2. So that's actually all I need, right? This is basically a space shuttle engine, analog. And you notice it does have a thing, so let's see if I need to put a plate. Where are the plates? I saw them. Was it under coupling? Yeah, okay. Put a plate on the bottom there so that you have something to attach it to. X, X, X. And there we go. And then we'll stick the stability launcher. Just need the one, I think. Put it about right there. Grab everything, bring it on back down to Earth for now, but not for long. Our future is coming on. Okay. This will be relay sat 005. Save and check our staging here, because you got to check your staging. That counts as really. I don't really need that. Disable the staging there. Ready detachment on. Auto strut. Get that to the root part too. Yeah. Okay. We have a fairing. Then that and that. Yes. Yarsh. Okay. Alright. Now we can save and launch. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now, we're going to the moon, so we just go. TZ, spacebar. We're going to tick off a little bit to the right. Try and gain some speed before we do too much other maneuvering. You want to be going at least 100-150 meters per second before you really start to, before these wings are going to have any kind of bite. You start moving around too much in the very beginning, and it's going to be hard to control. It's going to be really easy to lose control. Okay, so when this is about 5,000, I want to be at this tick mark right here. I can't even read what it actually is. I think it's 70 degrees. And then when it is at 10,000, you want to be at the 80 degrees. No, that's 60 degrees, sorry. And then when it's at 20, you want to be at the 45 degree mark. And it's just a nice, clean profile. You also want to watch your apoapsis. So when that apoapsis is at 50, no matter what's going on, you want to basically burn to the horizon. I'm not used to having this much thrust to weight ratio. So that's one of the things that's going on here. Okay, we stopped at 80. And we're going to just let that go prograde. And while that is... I think that needs to move back just a tinge. There we go. And it should still be a roundified orbit. I'm going to leave it on prograde. Because you notice when I did this, I only went prograde here. So even though you can point at that and do it before and after, if I just point prograde, it'll do the same thing. And it'll just turn as as the ship goes through its burn. So that's one little nuanced trick that you can do. All right, let's go back to take a look. So when this gets into orbit, I want to go ahead and release the fairing. I'm going to go ahead and F5 as well, in case something goes wrong when I do so, as we've seen in the past. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit while it does the fairing. Okay, ready? Go. Oh, gorgeous. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and extend my photovoltaics here. Stretching its arms out. Oh, yeah. Actually feels pretty good. Okay, and so now we have 30 seconds to our burn. We're going to do a 15-second burn. And so I'm going to warp just a little bit, just a tinge. And then 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Burn. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Stop. And look at that. That is pretty spot on accurate right there. I'm really proud of that burn. Ooh, that was a good burn. All right, that was better than exercising. Okay. Now, we are wanting to go to the moon, so we'll set that as a target. Not that I normally need to, but just for the sake of doing it. So when you're going to the moon, specifically from Kerbin, I always start at about 80 kilometer orbit like I'm at now. And you want to basically have that perpendicular, or straight up and down, and then you're going to burn perpendicular to the moon. Or basically, as the moon comes up on the horizon, you're going to burn right for it, and you'll hit it 90 degrees later. Right, so we want to look at that periapsis there, and we want to get that. Well, really what we want to do is we want to focus on the moon, because we're not going for just like landing on the moon, right? So let us go. I'm going to click on the maneuver, but then I'm going to use the little maneuver interface here to fine-tune when I hit it. Oh, way too big. Okay, let's do this. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, I'm off on my inclination, so I need to bring my inclination down. And by down, I really mean up, apparently. Need to bring it up, and there's not much I can do because I'm in the wrong part of my orbit to do that. For whatever reason, you know, I have 35 degrees off. How did I get so far off? What in the world? I'm never that far off. I don't get it. But we'll just have to fix that in transit to the moon, and I can do that. So I'm not going to worry about it. That's about right where we want to be for now. And this is got a little bit of radial in addition to that. Actually, I might just turn that off because it wasn't helping anything. Yeah, so I'm just going to stay on my prograde maneuver node here while I burn. So it's going to happen in about 2 minutes, so we'll fast forward to that a little bit. And here we go. 10 seconds to burn now. Oh, I passed it. Why? Because I was still warping. I thought I was out of warp, and I wasn't. I missed my burn, but I'm going to go ahead and go for it anyway. And we'll get it close enough for the women I date. Okay. And stop. Wow. Okay, let's go retrograde a little bit. I'm showing you how it's done. More like how not to do it. Wait, okay. So this big purple thing that's in the background, that's basically after it's on a. It'll just fly by the moon, and so once it escapes, it's going to go back into this orbit, and that's what the orbit's going to look like after it's affected by the gravity of the moon. So that's what that's showing you right there. Okay. Now, I'm going to refocus on Kerbin here, or try to at least. There we go. And see where... So the blue is always going to be where your current orbit is. And the orange is your second and third, and the purple is your third. So those are different sphere of influence. That lets you know what's going on there. Let's see if I can change my insertion angle about right there. What happens when I do that? So I'm going to refocus on the moon now. Try and bring that in much more in line. Oh, that's so much better. I don't know how I got so far off in the first place. Yeah, that'll be much better. Much closer. Okay. So now I'm going to go to just stability assist. It just holds it wherever you're pointed and not at prograde or retrograde. And I'm going to point right in the middle of that blue dot, which is basically our burn direction. Maneuver node. Okay, and then I'm going to F5. And it's an hour away, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click right there just before the maneuver and warp to here. Bingo. Okay, 5 minutes out. It's just the slightest little thing. And usually when you're doing it in the middle like this is so sensitive and it's not a big deal that what I can do is, even though I'm 5 minutes out, I'm going to go ahead and hit shift. And I'm just going to let it go slowly. So I didn't hit X, I just hit shift. And it didn't quite do it right. So what I'll do is now I'll go prograde. I'm going to F5 because it is still a lot closer. I'm just going to hit shift again and let it come in just a little bit. Oh, too much. And really what I might just have to do is be patient and wait till I'm closer. The closer you get, the less, the more delta V it's going to take, but also right now it's too sensitive, so. Even on low throttle, it's doing it a lot, so. What I could do is I could wait till I'm here, add a maneuver while I'm in the sphere of influence, and I can just nudge it over a little bit, and it's still only 3 meters per second, so no big deal, right? Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and point in the direction of my maneuver here. A little too quick though. There we go. And once I'm aligned, I'll hit the warp, and then I'll go ahead and say warp to here. And there we go. So still 9 minutes out, but I'm betting I can do this. So I'm gonna just see how much less sensitive it was. Much easier to control. Okay. So now, at that periapsis, we want to add another maneuver, and we're going to retrograde because we're slowing ourselves down so that we can insert into the orbit. And we're wanting to match this green orbit here. That's our orbital target. Now, our periapsis is not in line with the target apoapsis or periapsis. So what we'll need to do in order to affect that is burn a little bit radially, which is not a big deal. And you can kind of see it here. Look. See how this side is closer and that side is further? That means we want to shift the whole thing over slightly. And so the way we do that is through radial burn. So watch when I do it radially, it's going to center it up. Bingo, just like that. Nice and centering. And we're aligning our nodes to be with the nodes that are on the target. And then we can slow it down a little bit and see how that moves it again. So we're going to have to walk it in slightly. It's a dance between the two. Bingo. Now, there's still some gap because there's also a little bit off on the inclination. So we're going to also need to change our inclination just slightly. And you remember, you want to do this, me doing this all three, burning in all three areas here at once is going to be more efficient than if I try to do one at a time. It's going to cost less fuel. It's going to cost less time, quite frankly. And so now, okay, so let me go ahead and point in the direction of our maneuver here. Okay, gonna warp a little bit just to save it, and then F5, and then I'll click over here and warp to here. Bingo. Okay. Now, we still got a minute out, so I'm going to fast forward just a wee bit, just for a little bit. Okay. Ooh, cut that close. And burn. And stop. Going to go to the maneuver here, and I'm just going to press shift a little bit. And I think that's about good right there. We'll see. Is it going to give it to us? It's not. It's not quite there. Okay, where are we going off? What are we off by? Let's see. See if that does it. Oh no. Oh no. I see what the problem is. I'm like, man, that's usually close enough. But you see how it says negative 180 degrees? So I'm going this way, but I should be going that way. Oh no. It's a retrograde orbit, which means I basically am going exactly the right speed, but in the exact wrong direction. Oh, jeez. Oh, and I'm out of fuel. I have no more fuel left. Oh, no, just on this stage. Okay. All right. Stage it. Oh, jeez. Oh, Lord. Okay. We can handle this. Okay. So basically, we just need to burn retrograde, which we're already facing that way, until the orbit switches around. Now, instead of just winging this, I'm going to actually set up a maneuver here. So I'm going to do it like right here. Add maneuver. And you just burn in retrograde. You're burning a lot of fuel unnecessarily. This is about the least efficient thing you could possibly do, but there's no other way to do it. You just got to turn around. Oh, that's funny. Okay, 800 meters per second for yet one more mistake. I have it, though. I have twice that budget, so. Okay. Well, let's do it at the actual time that we allotted here. So, I'm going to warp to there. All right. And go. There's a 40-second burn. quick as possible because the gravity of that planet that you're orbiting is pulling you down. And if you wait too long, it will get you out of your orbit. See, I got it. So now it's already given me the orbit, so I just need to maintain, and I got the contract. Okay. Woo! Yay! We're not too stupid to get the money. Okay. Huh. Ta-da! Go watch Scott Minley if you want to know how to do it correctly. I'm just doing it for fun, and I'm having a blast. I don't know about you guys. Okay, so now we have that in orbit. It's going to be a great relay, but I don't want it in an equatorial orbit. I want it in a polar orbit, and preferably one that is complementary to this orbit here. And so what I'll do is I'm going to do it at 90 degrees off of that, roughly. And we want to burn to be more polar. And when you can't just burn straight up, you notice that my apoapsis is increasing quite a bit, so you also need to burn retrograde at the same time. And you notice that's also affecting the inclination when you do so. So it's both and. Yeah, and that works. Right, so that's where we're going to burn. And yeah, just a few minutes away. And I'll tell you why I did that once I'm done with the burn. Gorgeous. Okay. So now what's going to happen is the moon goes around Kerbin. Sometimes it's one of these satellites is going to be behind the moon from Kerbin. But when that's happening, the other satellite will not be. And they'll be in line of sight with each other. They're far enough away from the moon that they'll always be in line of sight with each other at any given point. And or Kerbin. They're either in line of sight with each other or with Kerbin at all times. And so because of that, you should always have a connection no matter what's going on around from this point in space, roughly speaking. Right? And because it's also a bigger relay than the other one, it also provides more power for getting out into the solar system. Okay. So let's F5 there. Gotta go back to our map view and do a space orbit, space center. I already burnt it an hour, and I haven't really even started doing what the thing that I came to do. That's great. Right. Explore Ike, science data from Dyke, science from Duna. Let's see what else we got. Anything else that's going to be helpful? Expand station around Kerbal Station 1. Okay. Be in command. Ensure that the station has an antenna, docking port, and can generate power, which it can. Have a facility supporting at least 10 Kerbals. Ooh. And maintain stability for 10 seconds. And then put your station in orbit of Kerbin, which it already is. So really, this is basically expand the station, which I kind of like. Yeah, I'm going to take that contract. Let's see. Science data from the surface of Duna. We can try and do something about that. Uh-huh. Alright. And all the rest of those I could do, but I'm not going to do right now. Okay. So, let's go to our tracking station here and look at our station and then plan out our station. So let's fly. It's at 120 kilometer orbit. And let's get to the day side, shall we? There we go. Alright, so this is our initial station. Actually, this is designed to go away, but because it has so much fuel in it still, I just figured we'd keep it for now. And so, how would we want to expand the station? You know, if we expand it off of one of these ports, it's no longer easy to maneuver with one of these things. But then if we... But this is only made for a small... This is only a small one, so that's made for like a small little docking satellite later on. And eventually we want to put a big... I have access to the science lab now, so we want to put a science lab here. I think so. One way or the other, I think this is going to have to go. Unfortunately. And didn't really get the use out of it. I don't know that there's much I can do about that. It doesn't have a docking port itself. I didn't plan that through. So I think what will need to happen is we'll de-dock this and we'll stick on whatever new thing that we build onto the end of this station here. And don't worry about that red, that's just the light from these lights. Okay, and it looks like everybody's having a good old time here. Yeah, we're all happy there. Okay, so we're going to go back to the Space Center. And let's go back here. So currently we have space for 5 Kerbals on the station. But look, we have all these new things that we can put that we didn't have before. And then if we go to science here, we also have the science lab, which I think will be the heart of anything we do. And that's 2 capacity right there. So that means we need 3 more. Okay, and so then we can go to utility here. And now we have this hitchhiker container. And that's 4 right there. So that is actually going to get us to 11. And we only need to get to 10. Right, but that's a nice clean profile there. Okay, and so then what we'll want to do is probably put some sort of monopropellant. Okay, where are my monopropellants? So they're down here, but I know we also had some. Oh yeah, they're up here. It's not quite the shape I was hoping for. Okay, so let's just see if we can just do a structural one. I wonder if we need to do it like that. Maybe we just stick the docking port straight on there and let that gold hang out. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Sorry. Alright. This is going to need some way to navigate because there's neither of those are navigable pods. So we do need some sort of controller, whether that be a probe, like the Probodobodyne HECS here. You just stick that there, or something like that, or this is a navigatable one right there, and then what we do is we connect it from this side here. like that. But then that will necessarily be the end. Or, you know what we could do? I like this even better. We just stick that and pretend that their window is not there. Like that. Ooh, I like that. What do we think, guys? Yeah, I like this. Now, I don't want to see Valentina up there perpetually, so we need to go and get another pilot to take this up. Alright, so we got this one. Oh, that one's nice. He's got a lot of courage, and he's pretty stupid. That's what we're looking for. And then we need another scientist. That one's pretty stupid, but not very courageous. She'll work. Okay. All right. So, put the pilot in the cupola. Put the scientist in the processing lab. We already have a scientist on board. We don't really need a second pilot, but we'll have a second pilot. Okay. Yeah. Now we need to figure out how to get this sucker up there. We probably want to put some photovoltaics maybe on there. I don't know. Ooh. Any science worth putting on there? I don't think so. We could maybe put a relay on there. Maybe we put this one, it's a lot lighter. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay. As opposed to just throwing this sucker on there. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of just having this one. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. And do we need to put any batteries or anything on here? I don't know. Might not be a bad idea. I have this service module here, but I really don't want to do that if I can help it. But we did get the bigger service bay. Okay, I'm going to move on to moving it, okay? So we do want to put some sort of coupling attachment here. I think like that. And to maybe avoid, well, we just need probably need maybe 2,000 at most delta V, honestly. As long as it's got good power behind it, that'll work. So You know, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, why don't we put this one that has 3 up here instead? It's a lot lighter. Honestly, does exactly everything that we need it to do. This makes more sense to me. So that's what we're going to do there. Okay, and then, yeah, this sucker. Let's see what kind of engines. You can always put this Mammoth. Oh, it's even bigger. Kodiak. 285, 310, 285, 300. 247. Oh, this has got way more thrust to it. I do have the twin bore up here. It's always a good option. Instead of putting that there, you just put that there. Like that. Might even put that there. But we don't need that much. We don't even need that much, really. Wonder if we can embed Probodobodine into this without sticking it on that. So first of all, we need to put this where it's in line. Like that. And then we can go put our Probodobodine on there. Like that. Then we can stick this on here like that. But that's not going to quite work out the way we want it to. We can try and cheat. Bring this in. And then bring this in. Maybe even a little bit that way. Let's bring this, a lot of it this way. Then send that one that way. We're gonna give it a shot, see if it works. Take a shot. Okay. This just might work. It's gonna have way too much thrust to weight, so we don't need to go full throttle on this thing. Actually, it'll cause problems if we tried to go through full throttle. It is gonna need some photovoltaics and batteries. So let's go back and work on that a little bit. I'm just gonna do it ugly and just throw it on there. Yeah, just like that, and then just like that. I'm gonna move them. I want them to look like they're going straight into the battery. Just like that. I like that. Okay, and then let's go to our action groups, make it super cool. And under pressing the number 1, we'll extend the solar panels. So when I hit the number 1 on the keyboard, the solar panels will all extend automatically. Okay. I'm not going to enable staging on that. And obviously we're going to want to pull that down to here. Like that. Okay, and we'll F5 this. Nope, we don't need an F5 because we're in the build. All right. So this has a lot of control authority. How much control authority does it have? So, command, data transfer. Oh, hold on, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, command authority. Reaction wheel. I want to look for the reaction wheel. First of all, we don't need any of this monopropellant. Yeah, we do. Kind of do. Ooh, that's something I totally forgot about. Ooh, okay. So, reaction wheel 15, okay? And that's compared to, say, this one, which is only 5. That one is 15, and this one is 30. So we might want to add a reaction wheel to it, especially considering it's going to be on the station. Or what we really need to think about is taking this off, and even honestly that off, is we're going to need some monopropellant. Is that? That's just fuel. Okay. There we go. Monopropellant. Lots of it. Okay, and then we want to look at our center of mass here. And then we're going to throw on some thrusters here. Pressing C to get it to snap. Make sure we have 4, which we do. We don't want to put it right on the hatch. Oh. Oy vey. What a horrible place to put it. Okay. So, the only other way to do that is you put it on either side of it at an equal distance as best as you can. So if we did it, say here, then Alt click to copy, do it maybe about right there, so it's about that, so it'd be about, yeah, I think it'd be about right there. Okay. And yeah, it doesn't look good, but man, you want it to work right more than look good on this one. Now, I could, I guess, spread them out and they would look better. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, I'll spread them up to here. It's gonna be harder to measure the distance though. I'll literally use my fingers. So, pardon me for a second. One of the things you might have noticed is it actually moved the center of mass as well. And this is me guesstimating. There is a tool that you can download, and a mod that you can download and use that'll help quite a bit with that. I wish they had it, you know, when they did all of this stuff where they added to it. This is one of the things they're still missing, is trying to design an RCS system in Kerbal Space Program is very difficult, one that works well, because if you have it off center and you thrust, it will torque, and that's not what you want. You want to be able to just go. You want to be able to translate side to side and not torque side to side when you blow side. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Oh, and that's even worse. Okay. And so now this sucker, the ironic thing about it is, if I want to be able to have this attached while this is going into, yeah, I think I'm just going to detach this sucker, and then it's going to go home, which means it's going to need some sort of battery. Yeah, it's going to need some sort of battery. Isn't it? It is. It's going to need its own battery. We got to attach it orthogonally. There we go. There we go. And I'll just throw a couple of these on there. Call that a day. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna waste some money. There you go. Okay. Then we'll obviously we can turn the center of mass off here. And we'll rigid attach auto strut, of course. I'm gonna auto strut that to the root part though. Rigid attach, yeah. There we go. Hopefully that will keep everything nice and structurally, yeah. Good. Okay. I think that's everything. I'm not going to worry about putting a nose cone on there. I'm not going to worry about filling that gap, though I know I could do that in real life. You would absolutely do that. Okay. All right, put a couple attachments on here. Bring this sucker down. Yeah, and we are, I think, ready to go. So this will be the Kerbal Station 2. Alright. Save. And then we need to make sure we're not trying to... Yeah, so we need our pilot here. There we go. Alright. Save it one more time and check our staging. Yeah, because our staging is not good. Yeah, these two need to be down here. Okay. Save it one last time and then we'll launch. Alright. Now, when we launch, it does matter. It doesn't really matter. You can get there no matter what. But to be efficient, or at least pretend like we're trying to be, I'm going to set that as target, and Actually, this is a good time to launch. You want this to be slightly behind because you want to be able to basically meet it up in orbit. You don't want to have to like go halfway around to meet up with them. So, gonna wait for them to get a little bit closer, and then we're gonna launch and try and meet them up there. Yeah, I think we're ready. Okay, I need to adjust my mic here because it's all up in my grill. All right. Ready, steady. Ooh. Bring that way down low. Way too much thrust. There we go. That's all we need right there. Wow. Way overpowered. Way overpowered. Okay. Oh, you know what I didn't put on here? Were the fins. Oh no. Oh, look how wobbly this thing is. Oh no. No. My Kerbals are too stupid to realize that this is not a good thing. They are no longer climbing. They are now descending. Oh, snap. Mayday, mayday, mayday. We have an emergency. Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is no good. Okay. Alright, let's put some fins on here, shall we? Normal day for science, right? You have a hypothesis, you realize that you are stupid, and you make a new one. All right. So, I want to throttle this down. Let's go ahead and set these up this way. There we go. You know what I realized? I don't have any kind of reaction wheel on this, so when I take this off, I don't think I'm going to have really any control authority unless I'm burning. It's just the gimbal on the engines, and that's it. Okay. We can be a little bit less aggressive with our climb because we are going to 120 kilometer orbit, but we do want to still have a gravity turn. We're losing the bite of that atmosphere. You can visually see that here, crossing the 20 kilometer mark, and that's where the atmosphere just really starts to thin out quite a bit. Now, I'm going to burn a little bit early. Add a maneuver here. Because remember, we want to set that as target. Yeah, there we go. I want to try and meet up with it. It's already burn time, so I'm going to... Uh-oh. I'm out of fuel. I didn't plan for enough fuel. At least not enough efficiency. Lord have mercy. We are dead in the water. I didn't even make it to orbit. Yep. Well, this was ill-conceived. Ugh. I feel kind of burnt out. I'll be honest. I'm not doing my best work here. At 2,500 meters per second, you would have thought that was going to be enough, but I guess it's just not burning efficiently, I guess. Let's go ahead and address this. So we got that. And I like how everything tucks in there now. We have more than enough ability that we can add just a ton of fuel there. No reason not to. Okay. Let's try it again, shall we? Okay. Ready, set, go. Much more impressive with my gravity roll here. Oop. So let's see here. Let's fine tune this best we can. Sorry I'm not talking right now. I'm having to concentrate. What happened? Okay, that will be good. So if I do this burn correctly, we will we will intercept the station at half a kilometer off, which is perfect. Alright, so burn in 28 seconds. Let's F5 in case we mess anything else up. Make sure we have enough Delta V. We barely do. Let's see, what's the damage? So I'm gonna start my arm. It's not nearly as close as I actually thought or wanted it to be. But we can get it closer, so let's do that. So I'm using my RCS system to burn backwards. I'm burning retrograde and facing forwards. The idea is we want to get this to be closer to what we had before. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and stage this. So this is only on monopropellant now. And then we'll go to the other ship here. And we're going to turn on SAS very carefully. Burn away. Careful not to hit that. And then we're going to go retrograde. See if we can't deorbit this sucker. Yeah, that's all we could do. Alright, but at least it's on a different orbit now. Let's go make sure that we didn't mess anything up too badly. Doesn't look like we did. Oh, now it's very powerful. Okay. Yeah, so I think we're going to have enough with just the RCS system to be able to navigate to it. So we're going to go to about right here. Warp here. Okay. Now, where is our target? Okay, our target is here. Just directly ahead. I can't really see it, honestly. but it is directly ahead. Up there it is. Okay, so now we want to go retrograde to the target and arrest our relative velocities. We're losing it. Burn, baby, burn. Yeah, I've lost sight of it. Now we're headed straight for it. We'll go at it about 5 meters per second. And we're going to intersect with it over here. So we can maybe like go to here. There it is. Okay, now we want to go towards it. So to go towards it doesn't mean point towards it. That means make my reticule. So the purple is where the target is. The yellow is where my direction of travel is. So I want my direction of travel to be towards the target. Doesn't matter what direction I'm pointing. Okay. And we got plenty of monopropellant, so we're going to be good. Now, I'm going to turn that off for a second and go point prograde. I'm also going to F5 this because we're doing good here. And then I'm going to turn my RCS back on. And so I'm using the I, J, K, L keys. Turning off my SAS because it's not helping. And so, as we get closer, H and N, H is prograde, N is retrograde. So those are the other two keys that I'm using in addition to I, K, L, and J. Slower down. Okay, we're basically in sync with them. So now I'm going to move over to the other craft. I'm going to set as target that docking port specifically. I'm going to try and rotate. No, I want to go this way. There we go. Now, I wanted it to be here, so gotta be careful not to run into anything. We're gonna go ahead and decouple the node there. We're gonna control from here, and we're gonna point towards our target. We're going to go back to our other craft here. We're going to target that, specifically that node, and we're going to point towards our target as well. And then we're going to make sure that we start headed towards it. So I'm pressing V, and I need a locked. Got it. Wife calling. Okay, sorry about that, guys. But we did dock. Congratulations to us. We now have that docking, and that is just scaring the crap out of me, but there ain't much we can do about it. Now we want to just, I think, point prograde to orbit. And we'll go back to this one here. So let us... We want to burn it. We want to raise our periapsis back up. It got lowered a little bit. So let us go to here. Warp to here. Okay, good. Now, again, pointing prograde. We'll turn our RCS on. And burn. There we go. There we go. Just a little station keeping there. And that also, because we've changed our direction, ought to get us away from that other object, which it looks like we are in the clear from. We'll need to go and delete that, but now we have our station here, and we also completed our contract, which is what we were hoping to do, so congratulations to us. All right. There we go. We performed a docking maneuver on Kerbin. Oh, we got that one too. All right. So cool beans. We can, I think we need to, Scientist Taffin. We need to transfer crew. No. Transfer crew? No crew on board. Okay. Transfer crew. Okay, Taffin. Transfer to there. Yeah, there we go. Cool beans. There's our space station. Doesn't look like much now, but I like it. Alright, so we can now start research. Does it need data? Or will it create the data? Turn the lights on at least, yeah. I forget how this thing works because the last time I used one of these, I had science mods on there, so it worked differently than stock game. So I don't remember if it works over time. I'm getting 0 science a day. So no, we need to have science. And then the lab analyzes it. That's right. Okay. I'm not sure what to do about that. Gonna have to get some science and bring it to the station. Because right now it's Kind of pointless having that. Okay. Well, still successful. Successful docking and extending our station. On to Duna and Ike. I say that, but because of the time, I'm going to need to take a break. I need to go and deal with some family matters just for a little bit. Probably eat some food because I haven't eaten lunch. And, I will be back. All right? I'm going to leave the stream running, by the way. Okay. I'm back. Anybody still there? Seems like we lost at least one person. Which I don't blame them. On to Duna. Okay. So. We're going to do an unmanned mission to Duna. Going to start off with the HECS or whatever. The Probodobadine HECS. All the way up here. Now this probe's purpose is going to be to stay in orbit via relay. So there's that. Let's see. Requires 133.3 per second. Requires 68 per second. And I'm thinking we need this one. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with heavy, because the other one's actually not as good. Okay. Alright. So, utility. Need none of that. Science. You even want to bring one of those? I don't think so. That's too much. So one of the things we want to do is try and send like another little miniature probe to the surface of Duna. So this is a dual mission. How do we want to do that? Yep, we're gonna have to make a second probe here, so go ahead and take that. I guess we'll just take that part, and we'll add it later. Okay, so this one, and we're gonna have up there. There. Yeah. Honestly, I'll worry about this later. Let's figure out the configuration first. So this is a good configuration here, honestly. Okay. do it like that, or do we do something else? Something more like... this. Far less well. Now, let's just say back now. There's that versus the six tanks and a spark. That's a lot less mass to have to move around. It's a lot more compact. Kind of like it. Wonder if we maybe just do a bigger thing. So we'll do an Oscar B. Sorry. That's 4670. Okay, and that's actually more. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay. There we go. Okay, and then photovoltaics. think it's less necessary because I've actually already gotten that science here. I want high atmosphere, low atmosphere, and in the surface. So we just want 3. Way overpowered, but there's no good way to have this sit on the stack. It's designed to be at the top of a stack and not the middle of a stack. Kind of have to have 2 in order for it to just be symmetrical. Okay, so it gets to the surface, it's gonna have nice science on it. Photovoltaics. Not gonna lie, this is not an easy little thing to build. You know what I think it needs? Some sort of little structure to it. And give me some room to build stuff. Like that. Oh, yeah. Let's see what putting this on here might do for me. a strut here too that I might could use, but okay. Really? Can't surface mount something. Bit of a pain, I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay, so maybe instead of that, we do it like down here. Where'd it go? There it is. These stay up here, like this. And this is gonna come down here. This. Boy, smaller is not always easier, I will say. Oh, pardon me. somehow works. Okay. I have faith that that's going to have a lot more delta V. It's really going to be off of that. In fact, bring that down there. Or even bring it in right here. Bring it right there like that. It shows no because it's separating from the vehicle, but then it's got all of its own stuff, so it'll be able to. I'm going to go ahead and go with a larger windshield. Okay. I think that'll work. I kind of don't like this whole apparatus.
now that I have all this other stuff, what I think I'll do is I'll move these down here. And I will go photovoltaics. Here and here. And here. I think that all looks much better. Oops, except it just needs to be one like that. There we go, that's better. So what we got here is we got a relay satellite that's going to go around Duna and or Ike, and then we have a second probe that's going to actually land on the surface of Duna. Okay. So all this needs to be considered independent. We'll have to check our staging later too. But I'm not gonna. I don't even want to look at it right now. It's that complicated. Okay. Bam. Okay. So now we'll add that, and then we'll add one of these. All the way up, and then bam. Just like that. I think we'll have it be 4 sides. And clamshell deploy always. And we'll go for that look. Okay. Now, this ought to okay, that way that all is nice and tight. Okay, now, are we at this size? No, we are at like this size. We're not at this size, are we? Yeah, we are, okay. So I think, oh, my mother's calling. Hold on. Alright guys, sorry about that. You stream this long, your life just gets in the way, and that's okay. Alright, so I think this will work. You got 3,000 Delta V to get to... Just get us... As long as we get the capture, this can do the rest, I think. And so now we'll want to... do that. Because this is even bigger. There was one that was even bigger, wasn't it? I was getting some big ones. I don't know. All I really needed this to do is to get us to orbit, which looks like it'll do. Okay. That's a big rocket right there. Okay. Let's throw some of this on. I'm going to put them diagonal. I think I'm also going to throw on some boosters just to be safe. I think it's fine the way it is, but I just want a little extra. Right. That all should be good. Okay. Check our staging now. So we got the 2 rocket boosters now. Let's do this. I'll do it at sea level right now. So that's not going to be enough on its own. So really, we're doing all of them at once. And this is just giving us a boost to thrust to weight ratio, right? And that's going to go, and we'll still have a decent thrust to weight ratio by then. Okay, and that's a 2,000, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 3,000 delta V there. Okay, so those will go, and then that'll blow. That should go at when that blows, and that ought to happen before, honestly. Should happen somewhere in there. And this can go at the same time. And then what is that? Well, honestly, need to get it up in here and check this out. That needs to not staged. There we go. So this, honestly, this should go up here, and this should be up here, and it its own stage. And then that. Here, let me. Alright. Is all that clear as mud? Woo! And then we also probably want. I want these to be here and lower. There we go. So we'll have this like this. Okay, does that not look gorgeous or what? Oh yeah, I like it. It looks kind of like the SLS, let's be frank. It kind of does. Okay, now let's put all these up here. That somehow got moved. I don't want that like that. There we go. This and this and that and that. And this. And then all three of these. And that. Okay. Alright, we're going to call this the Duna Wanna Go? Do you want to go? Let's launch it. Okay. So we'll put that up. We'll put this up. Turn that on and turn that up. But let's go out here first and let's take a look at what we're doing here. Now, it looks like we got a bunch of, objects that we can start visiting as well, but we are wanting to go to Duna. So setting that as target. I can tell you right now, Duna is not in the right location. So we're going to have to wait. So we're going to time warp. This is maximum time warp. And we want Duna to be about a quarter of the way ahead of us, roughly. So we're going to have to wait a little while for this to get started up. Let's see if I can move this in a better position. Hopefully that's better. Okay, we're catching up. Okay, cool. Kill our time warp. So now Duna is about 1/4 of the way ahead. It's maybe actually a little bit more, but that's okay. And so we're going to want to go out. Now when we go out of the system, we're going to want to go pushing in this direction. Okay, so that means if we wait a little bit longer in our orbit here, we can go and then kind of push off in that direction. Okay? Now one worry I have is that we might interact with the moon, and that might actually, that can sometimes help, but that can also sometimes be a detriment. But We're just gonna have to play that one by ear, won't we? All right. Here we go. What? Not enough thrust to weight ratio? Oh. There we go. Let's restart that. No. No, I gotta do all that time warp again. Let's just go with it. Screw it. Let's see if it works. Now you notice I'm going straight up. I'm not gonna do my gravity turn. Probably be smarter to do gravity. I'm just going straight. We're leaving. We're going straight for doing it. Do it or bust. Not stopping where we normally were and circularizing. We're just trying to go straight out of the system. I want to just go straight out of the system. Just about past geostationary orbit. Okay, and it's going to start moving a lot faster and faster. Now, let's see what happens if we use that moon to our advantage. See if we can. Right now it's a free return trajectory. But that'll get us out, but not in the direction we really want to be. There we go. We're going to just keep on going because we want to raise this apoapse as well. Okay, so we do have a closest approach. It is not great. Let's see here. So I think we might do a maneuver here at this juncture here. Descending node. I don't know. Maybe not that. Why do it that far out? Let's do it. Let's do it, say, here. Add the maneuver. Where we try and beat them. It's going to be a big maneuver. See, I only have 1600 left. This is already much more than that. Now, let's see if we do it, if we wait, perform this maneuver, will it make a difference? We'll get our capture. So let's see if we make that more like what we have. So we have 1612. So let's make this like 1500 and see where we can go from there. Minus 1500. Okay. Where do we need to be for that to do what we want it to do? It really doesn't help. So we're gonna have to go into the next one. Okay. No. Let's see about doing it here at this apoapsis. There we go. Yeah, so this one's going to take a little bit longer than normal, but that's okay. All right. It's only 206 days off, so you know we got to get with it. We got to get with the program here. All right, so let's focus view here, and let's fine tune this a little bit. Oop. Whoops. Still really sensitive. So it's just 246 to get captured. Yeah, I like this plan. Okay. So I think we'll fine tune that one once we actually get it, because it can change just like that just by not hitting this maneuver quite right. But we'll go ahead and we will warp to here. And normally, when you have such a long journey, you do a lot of stuff at home base, waiting for your probe to travel. It's not like NASA does one thing at a time. You know, they got the Juno mission plus the New Horizons mission. Plus, at one point, they had the Cassini mission also going on. Plus, they got several missions going on in Mars. You know, plus all of the Earth science missions. Plus, they're talking about the Artemis program. You know, all of these things are happening at the same time. It's not like you just do one thing. But for streaming specifically, it does make a better show to just do one thing at a time. And it's also easier to keep track of everything. Okay, so let's get a little bit closer. Okay. F5, everything. Yeah, T minus 2 hours, T minus 1 hour. 5, 4, 3, 2. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, we're basically there. It's going to be a 2-minute, 43-second burn. And we're going to have to stage in the middle of it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Once we stage, I'll go back to the map. This is not going to work the way I thought it would. Damn it. Because this engine is really the one that I've designed to push everything. Not this one. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do. Remove my thrust. Okay. So I could go ahead and stage and these two will separate and then separately have them go to Duna, which I guess we could do. I guess it's really the only option. Okay. Definitely don't want to just... Go ahead and finish my burn here. Just... I'll come back to that. That's good. Alright. I'll go ahead and F5 that. Now, we need to find the other satellite here. Yes, okay. Now, it pretty much needs to go in the same direction. But we're going to have to kind of do it all on our own. Okay. Set as target. And then add maneuver. Let's do it. You know, in 30 minutes. Okay. It should just need to go more or less straight. But I don't know. And we don't have nearly as much delta V on this thing. We only have 700 delta V. Because it was not planned that it was going to need to be doing this kind of a maneuver. Okay, we got a capture. Less delta V then. Okay, so let's focus the view on Duna. Let's like nail this planet. Okay. Ooh, way too fast. I messed it up. There's the capture, okay. There it is, okay. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, let's see. Do it here. We don't start that burn until 64 days. Where's the burn? Okay, here it is. Okay. So, warp to here. And to there. Okay. Ready for our burn. It's increasing. I don't understand. Control from here. I'm facing the wrong direction. Okay. Control from here. Why don't I have control?
Too far away to have a signal, because this was designed to be near the other one. Oh, jeez. I lost it. I lost it. It's a goner. It's a done deal. I can't even remove the node. Oy vey. Darn it. Alright. At least we got the capture on this one. We'll make something out of this one. Okay. Warp to there. Round and round she goes. Can we see it? There it is. Okay. Let's add a capture maneuver.
Actually, what we need to do is we need to change our trajectory a little bit over here to be more inclined line with the ecliptic. Okay. Okay, I think that'll be a good trajectory to have. That would have been a perfect trajectory to drop off our wayward lander, but just didn't build that right. I just didn't design it right. It's all my fault. Okay, so look at our contracts here. So, transmitter recovered scientific data from the surface of Duna. Can't do that one, that one's out. Space around Ike. Space around Duna. And then orbit Ike. We will get all those. Okay. So, where's all my science at? Oh, I think it's on the top here, yeah. Put it over here. Yeah, that lander was going to give me most of my science from this mission, too. So I could design the next bigger and better thing. Oh, it kills me every time I think about it, that I lost it. Okay. Alright, we got that contract. Good on us. We don't have control over craft because we're oculated from Kerbin, but we can still burn, so. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. We're going to have to adjust that once we get out of occultation from Kerbin. We just need to get out from the behind this planet here. Bingo. So now we can X out of that, and we just need to raise that up because that's pretty much going to hit Ike. So I would say we need to probably slow down more. No, speed up more. Yeah, so we just need to burn prograde a little bit. That ought to be good enough. Okay. So we successfully orbited Duna. And so our next thing is going to be here. You know, we don't want to do that. We just want to do enough to call it an orbit. There we go. Give it a little bit more. Okay, and that's what we'll do. Alright, line it up with our targeting, our maneuver target. And then I'd say warp to here. Let's see here. Go ahead and log these, but we've already done it. That's the thing. This doesn't have the science. The other thing does. Oh well. Up to here. Pretty close to that surface, boy. Okay. Got that contract. All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this and send it off just to get the contract. Forgot about that. And now we'll burn prograde again and get back to Duna. I think what I'd like to do is burn this direction as well. Get it a little bit so we're not oculated by There we go. Big stretch. Okay. Now it's more or less parked. Now, the one thing I need to make sure is it doesn't mess with Ike. Yeah, so I think we need to warp to here. Go prograde, just to increase our thing here. How much? Yeah, we got plenty of delta V. More than enough delta V. I want to make it to where we pretty much never encounter Ike. and we're almost never going to be worried about being behind Duna. So this will just always be a good satellite. Alright. That's all she wrote for this one. A little bit anticlimactic because we didn't get to enter the atmosphere. So we'll have to try again. But what's next for our space program, I wonder? We could work on our space station, or we could try and go further. Man, we really needed the science from that. We can probably try and send a dedicated lander this time. Right, so... that, and then that one ought to be enough, because how much does this weigh? 0.15, and that weighs 0.3, so that's literally half the weight. And I know it made it off of one of these, actually. Doing a work with one of those. Maybe we just use that. This is 2, so is that. It's the same thing. This uses more electric charge, doesn't it? No, not really. Let's use this thing. For the love of Pete. Use it. So we'll get that thing. I'm going to add one of these. I'm going to add that chute. I'm going to add a heat shield. Or some science. This up. And just one of them, not two of them. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay. That's good enough. Yeah, this is that. Yeah, I think they go at the same time. That makes sense to me. Okay. Anything else? So, utility, science, communication. Yes, power. Power. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Really a tiny little thing. Okay. There you go. Now, okay. Yes. The poodle, only 609. It's getting a little bit bigger. Know what we need. You know where I'm going wrong. Makes a big difference. Okay. I was like, man, I don't think I really need that much. Yeah, okay. That will get us more than there. Okay. In fact, I'm going back down to this. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's all we need. Okay. Alright, 2.5 meters. Let's get this to orbit. Maybe a little beyond. Now, if I'm going to do something like that. Also got to remember we're going back to sea level here. That's still more than enough. Okay. Doing a lander. Okay, first that one, then this one with that. We pop the fairing probably before that. That. And that goes with that. Okay, yeah. Let's launch it. docking station. Okay, let's focus on Duna now. How good a capture did we get? Let's see if we can't refine it. Okay. I think that's as good as it's going to get. I think maybe the moon is getting in the way. So, let's get to our burn position. We've got 1,800 meters per second, and we have 1,200 on this burn in 16 minutes. You know, I need to check something. Let's see something here. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. It's mostly that, but it's partially the other thing, because when you're doing a burn this big, sometimes what happens, and you're this close, is going to have you burn into the atmosphere of Kerbin, which is not what you want. Which means I gotta play it by ear somehow. I'll hope that it doesn't do that. Looks like I won't actually. Or maybe just a little bit. I don't understand why I keep on losing the capture. That's what I don't understand. But that's 566 minus 17. It's cutting it real close, and then if I don't do that one, and I do this maneuver here, doesn't do nearly a dent. I need to get close. I have to. Okay. So I really got to figure out what's going on. With this capture. I can't get closer to the planet. I guess if I get too close to the planet, then I'm not going to make it in time because I'm not coming in at a high enough angle to do that. Let's look at doing that again. Let's say, okay, well, what if we do something back here? Add maneuver. That's already more than I have. That's about all I can afford. Okay, so let's just move this. It does something different back here. Because prograde is something different. Ooh. Okay. That's it. That'll get us to where we want to be. Almost, at least. Let's see if I can't make this happen. That's my current. I'll just warped there. Extend the antenna. There we go. Back to warping. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Dinner's ready.
Okay. Three, two, 1, 0. Okay. Didn't quite do it. I wouldn't have enough to do it this way. Ooh. Okay. I think I can get this thing. Let's see if I can maybe just do it now. I can. Nice, I got the capture. I got the capture, finally. Okay. We have 28 meters per second delta V left. That's it. Whew. Well, to the one viewer I have, I'm going to go eat dinner with my family. And then I'm going to come back and finish this up, so. Let's see. How long does this have? 2 days. Yeah. I'm just going to put it on pause, just to be safe. Now let me, quick save it one more time. But,
All right. Coming in pretty fast. That's why we got a heat shield, though. An oversized one. Okay. All right. Let's put it a bit further. There we go. You want to keep an eye on this because we want this to stop being infinity at the very least. All right, here we come. Did that break? Yes, it did. We are in atmosphere. Now we're starting to heat up. Not going as fast as I thought we would be. Bodes well for us, honestly.
slow us down in time. Ooh, that was rough. But we did make it. I don't know what blew up, but we made it. Seems like it was our antenna, but we still have antenna thanks to our relay. So let's review this data and transmit it. And we'll review this data and transmit it. No usable reviewed. No usable in-range comms devices in this vessel. Uh-oh. So it's connected to doing a wanna-go. So we can control it, but we can't, I guess, relay the information back. I wonder if we need to get this like closer to that. I'm betting we do. Here. That's F5. If at the very least we got our contract. Oh, we don't. We have landed on the surface of Duna. We have entered atmospheric flight above there. Yeah, so let's F5 that for the moment, and let's switch to this. And let's see if we can get it closer in such a way that it'll actually help. We have plenty of Delta V to do whatever we want. So I'm just going to go retrograde. Actually, let me use that thing to my advantage. Can't get much better than that. Yeah, okay. Okay. See, I had a bigger antenna, but that works. Awesome. Okay. Waiting for everything to align. So I got to be in the sun to get my energy. Plus, I need to be in line of sight of that. And oh, no, I'm honestly just waiting for things to charge. Okay. Cool. Nice. Okay. And then this. Oh, lost charge. Okay. And now we're out of range of the comms. There we go. It's only 2 signs, but I'll take it. Alright, I think we're done. Cool deal. F5 that. And go back to the Space Center. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Explore Ike. Turn to Kerbin from a flyby of Ike. Oi. Need an Ike lander. Okay. It would require a lot more Delta V, but we can do it. A surface outpost on the moon. Ooh. Okay. 7 Kerbals. A research lab. 2 pilots. Stability for 10 seconds. Land your outpost on the moon. Oh. Let's worry about maybe planting a flag on the moon first. Again. Hmm. $11 Kerbals, huh? Oh, I don't think so. Not for now. What do we got here? I think we're going to the moon. I don't know. I think we need to keep pushing our science first. Is this fully upgraded? It is, and that's fully upgraded, and that's fully upgraded. I don't see why I need to do anything there. I don't think I need to do anything with that. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a probe to like go to some of the other planets. I think that's what we want to do. So let's open up our I want to do the Duna lander essentially, but no. Cancel. We'll just do a new one from scratch. Why not? Excuse me. Okay. Alright, got our typical little deal here. Let's look at our comms. It's gonna need one of those again. Because I'm thinking like we want to go Juno or possibly Eve and Dres and stuff, but yeah. Where's my new nuclear engine? There it is. Really, that's it, huh? How come it's not getting... Oh, I know why. No oxidizer. $34.67. Okay. Maybe we do an octo strut. And that's where we put our science. Maybe we just put the science on these things here. Yeah, okay. There we go, science. Hello, viewers. I'm back. Okay, so we're building a probe to go to probably, thinking at least to, not to Duna. We just went to Duna. We want to go to Eve, right? So we want lots of Delta V. Lots and lots of Delta V. Alright, so we'll go ahead and do a decoupler here. And then probably do one of these. There we go. I could probably stick with two sides. Max ejection clamshell deploy. And we'll do it that color scheme. And we'll bring it up so we have plenty of room for stack underneath. Now that's just the last one. And that's going to give us 2,800 meters per second. Well, let me go look at this real quick. Alright, so 2,800 meters per second. And then we're going to look at putting in a large reaction wheel. And then putting something like this in. Let's see. We take the oxidizer off and then put the nerve on there. How does that work? That's 6,700 meters per second. That'll get us most anywhere we want to go. Yeah, I'd say. Now, what if we did something like this? I know we have a way of doing a plate. And we can adjust it for having two. Does that change anything? It does actually reduce our... I need to move this over. There we go, that's better. Okay. So it does actually reduce our ISP, or at least our total delta V, but it does increase our thrust to weight because with just one. Yeah, it's only a quarter now. Does that really matter? I think probably not, actually. Not that much. We're not going to be doing heavy maneuvers where we're trying to land or something. So yeah, so we'll just do the one. Now we might still put that plate on, now that I think about it though, so that we can continue the stack. Now, I don't know how this works because this is considered a decoupler. Does it decouple the attachment or does it decouple from the tank? Ooh, that's like that requires a test. Okay, I'm going to test that before go much further. Okay. Interplanetary probe version 1. Okay. I'm going to save that. And then we're going to do something new. We just test that out. So I'm just going to put that on, put one of those, and we'll put one of these. We'll stick an engine on it. Kind of doesn't matter what engine. And I'm gonna stick with the Nerva just so. then we're gonna put another something on the stack like that, and then we'll put this to hold everything in place, right? So we're gonna go with that first, then that, and that sort of. Well, let's just go test this thing out, okay? Oh, it won't be controller, okay. So we still need to put a probe on there, okay. Launch. Hey Gamer Boss, what's going on, buddy? Welcome to the party. So I'm just running a quick test on before I send out an interstellar probe. Okay, so let's see here. So first we're going to activate that. That worked exactly the way I thought it would. Okay, good deal. We'll revert to vehicle assembly because I just wanted to see how it worked. It's the first time I had used this part. Okay, so now we'll open up our version 1 interplanetary probe. Let's load that up. Yeah, so now we don't need a decoupler. We'll just do the stack right to it. Perfect. So we'll stick that on there like that. And then we'll throw a nice big engine on the bottom there. Maybe something like this. Make sure we have enough delta V. We do. Or I'm sorry, thrust to weight ratio is actually what I was talking about. Nice big long rocket. Oh, it's the biggest one yet. Nice and phallic. But I gotta say, I do like the form factor here. And all for that little probe, but it's gotta have a ton of delta V. Because once you go to vacuum, you got a ton of delta V here. So 3, 4, 5, 6. No, wait, I thought we had more on this. What happened to my delta V on that? Yeah, it's showing 65, 67, 52. So why is it reducing down? I don't understand. Maybe because I don't have the thing right. Maybe I need to do it more like that. There we go. Check your staging. That's what you got to do. You got to check your staging. Okay, so got that first one. Then that goes. Then that goes. That'll probably go first, honestly. Whoops. Yeah, just like that. Show all. Okay. Then this will go with that. Those can go at the same time. Alright, now, one thing I forgot to put on here that we need to put on is photovoltaics. Or really power. You know, beyond photovoltaics, that's all I have, but I'm going indoor to Eve, so that it ought to be okay. Why don't we do... You know what? I'll do... Is that too big? We'll do that. I still think that's the best. Those are pretty heavy though, huh? Let's see. What's the weight on that? That is 0.04 T. That's 0.01. So those are less. So let's do these. Okay, just had to answer that question. Okay, and there we go. Still fits within the fairing just fine, yes. And then when extended, it'll be a nice big star. I don't think we really needed 6, but I don't know how to get to, I guess. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I guess what I could do is go to 1, and just put 1 on, and then match it up the best I can. Over here. There we go. I mean, that's all we need. Well, I'll go with more than you need. And then on my action groups here, I will go to 1 here, extend the solar panel, and extend the solar panel. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Okay, and then my action groups here, I'm also going to do log temperature data and log pressure data for 2 and 3. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I can do, you know, for log 4, we'll observe mystery goo. I think it'll just do 1 at a time. Yeah. Alright, so I got my action groups all set up. Nice. Well, let's do one more. What's number 5 if we have this one? Transmit data. It's all got to be transmitted because this thing ain't coming back home, I don't think. It's not intended to come back home. It's got to keep on going till it can't go no more. Okay? Great. So we got our action group set up. We got our photovoltaics there. I know what we need down here. Some fins. Aerodynamics. It's a big rocket, man. It looks cool though, doesn't it? Okay. So I'm going to stick this about right here, and then another one about right there, and then another one about right there, and that'll be it. And I'll lower the whole thing down like that. There we go. I think it's ready. Okay, I'm just going to go through things one more time. So we don't have any of that. We're not planning on using any of it. Excuse me. We have our science. We didn't bring the Science Junior because it's just big. And Delta V was the name of the game on the sucker. We have the biggest antenna we could get. Got 2 batteries in there, 2 of these batteries, so we got 400 electric charge. Guess we could stick some of those on there somewhere, but I don't think it's necessary. Thermally, we're not worried about it. We're not going into an atmosphere. Don't need a landing leg. Don't need any more of that. That's taken care of. That's all good. Okay, I know one last thing we got to do. We got a rigid attachment and auto strut. You want that one because it's at the bottom to go to the root part, to the heaviest object. Locked, okay. Get up in there. So tiny. Okay. That way everything stays nice and together. Okay. Let's save this thing. Yeah, override it. And then launch. Now, before we just go and launch it, we do want to make sure that we're at the right phase angle for Eve. And it's been so long since I've gone to Eve that honestly I'm going to have to look that up. So I'm going to escape out of here and I'm going to look it up. So Eve transfer orbit. How to get to Eve. Ooh, let's try it. Let's see what we got. Please note. Okay, I agree. Whatever. Okay. Traveling to Eve. While not absolutely essential, the easiest and fastest way to Eve from Kerbin is ensuring they're properly aligned. Okay, just tell me what the alignment is. Check your map and make sure that Eve is behind Kerbin in its orbit around Kerbal. And if you were to draw a line from Eve to Kerbin, it would be a 60-degree angle. Okay, 60 degrees with Eve behind. From this angle, you can get to a height of around 200 kilometers Kerbin orbit around Kerbin. Orbit retrograde until Eve is directly behind Kerbin and burn until you have reached a velocity of roughly 3,000 meters per second for a direct path to Eve. Alternatively, you can visit... That's all I wanted right there. Jeez. Okay, diagrams. Diagrams help. They make it so much easier. Woo! What are these angles I'm talking about? Okay. So that's for Duna. We want to Eve. The parking orbit's probably going to be 80 for me. Do the maths. Okay. So So 60 degrees, it's actually 54.13 the phase angle. Negative 54.13 is what we want. We actually have the ability to look at phase angles in this game too, so. Okay, and then ejection angle. I'm not sure I understand. Okay, so if this is the orbit of Kerbin, it orbits in that direction because the curve is just slightly that way. So the sun's over here. It's like a zoom in of that. Then it starts here. You want to start it right there. That's where you want to burn from. Okay, I got it. That's 154.92, which I don't know if I can figure out the ejection angle. All right, well, we'll just keep this up and see what we got. Resume flight. Go to map. All right. This is starting to get messy. And I think we'll just do path. Okay. You'll hear my kid in the background. Sometimes that could be happy, sometimes it's not. Looks like it actually happens to be at just the right angle already. So let's see. Let's go ahead and set this as a target. And it's at 16.9, whereas this deal here says it should be 54.13, so it's not enough. So let's fast forward. It's getting larger. Okay. I got some problems in the household that I'm going to go take care of because I can hear that it's not a happy thing.